Samsaradava Nalalita Loka Pranaya Paranyaganatam Krishna Prabhupada
Kesavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Paradevi Satyavatayo Shrimati Tulsi Devi Maharani ki Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Prayasi Namo beloved of Krishna, abandoned again, who desires to take the steps of Shri who is instructed to do his wishes for God, concerning those who are going to reveal himself, and desires to make shooting down love, thus with the body of God, one can realize Krishna by hearing and vibrating the Hare Krishna mantra and tasting prasad. The word Mahatma means broad-minded. One who cannot understand Krishna is not broad-minded, but cripple-minded. If one becomes broad-minded, then by the grace of Krishna, one can understand Krishna. The process of understanding Krishna is sevanmukha, by rendering service. Sevanmukha hi jivada. Realization of Vasudeva is possible by rendering service beginning with the tongue. The tongue has two functions, to vibrate and to taste. So if one repeatedly hears and vibrates the Hare Krishna mantra and tastes prasad, food offered to Krishna, by this very simple method, one will realize Vasudeva, Krishna. Krishna will reveal himself. It is not that by our endeavor alone we can understand Krishna, but our endeavor in loving service will make us qualified, and then Krishna will reveal himself. Swayam eva spuratyada. Teachings of Queen Kunti. Shri Ki. Bahujana Karyari Shamana Kirtana. Kabutala Bhaya Krishna Pade Premana. If one is invested with any of the 10 offenses against chanting the holy names of the Lord, despite their endeavors for chanting the holy name in many lifetimes, they will not achieve love of Godhead, which is the ultimate goal of this chanting. The 10 offenses to be avoided are as follows. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8.
Consider chanting of Hare Krishna on the auspicious activities often the days for practice.
Number 9.
To instruct the practice person about the words of the Holy
And number 10.
Not both in chanting the Holy to maintain material attachments, do not stand saving instructions on this matter.
It's also an offense to be inattentive while chanting. Anyone who claims to be Vaishnava must quickly guard against these 10 offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success.
Krishna Prem.
Now let us take this opportunity to offer our most humble respect and obeisances to all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. Let just like desire achieve to fulfill the desires of everyone being full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Let just like Ananda Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. 3.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Hare Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare 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 Ram Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare 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 Krishna, 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 Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Krishna Hare Ram Oh, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram,
Amen.
Caitanya Jai Nityananda
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama. Jai Sachidamani. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama. Hare Hare Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama. Yadavaya Madhava Krishavaya Nama. Yadavaya Madhava Krishavaya Nama. Gopal Govinda Ram Srimad Gopal Govinda Ram Srimad Giridhari Gopinath Madana Giridhari Gopinath Madana Sri Caitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Hare Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Shri Rup Sri Sanatana Bhattaraguna. Shri Rup Sri Sanatana Bhattaraguna. Shri Deva Gopala Bhatta Dasaraguna. Shri Deva Gopala Bhatta Dasaraguna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna. Gaura Premanande. Nitai Gaura Hare Bal, Hare Bal, Hare Bal, Hare Bal. Nitai Gaura Hare Bal, Hare Bal, Hare Bal, Hare Bal. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada.
Lotus feet around spiritual change into a devotional state.
Give us a shade of your seat. Govardhana Govardhanam, Nitanam, Namastasanam, Sarvamasanam, Amajayate, Sankirtanam, Namakare Bhagavan, Caitanya, Evarishita Kripa, Sing us the fire, Krishna life. Sankatam is the mind of Krishna. Praise the rays of Krishna. It is the life soul transformed. Praise the ocean travel the bliss and the rest. Last 200 millions of names like Krishna and Govinda and these transcendental names invested all the transcendentalities. You're not only hard and fast rule for Chinese. Oh my Lord, out of kindness you made us. And I'm so unfortunate I have no attractions for her. Watch the example of the Lord. Avoid of all sense of false prestige, and you can be ready to love for the one who chant the holy name of the Lord. Oh my Lord. No desire to play walk. No desire. Anyone who calls devotional service to their God. Oh, Son of Mangalarati, Krishna. Please pick me up from this ocean of death and make me from the ashes of those feet. Oh Lord. Clouds of rain, I'm getting more back in the wilderness. I don't know what to say. And to God provides the grace. Makes me broken hearted by not being present before me. He has completely freed me from Mary. Provide my worship for all.
Jai Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Bala, Hare Bala, Hare Bala, Nitai Gaura, Hare Bala, Nitai Gaura, Hare Bala, Hare Bala, Nitai Gaura, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Vishnupad Paramahansa Sri Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Sri Radha Govardhana ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Morning, we're reading from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 15, and we'll read text 6 and 7. What's written there? That's 6. Yet fananyena bhavena bhavayantyatma bhavanam atmani protabhuvanam param sat asat atmakam yet fananyena bhavena bhavayantyatma bhavanam atmani protabhuvanam param sadasadatmakam yet pananyena bhavena bhavayantyatma bhavanam atmani protabhuvanam param sadasadatmakam. Bhavayantyatma bhavanam Vaishnavis. Yet fananyena bhavena bhavayantyatma bhavanam atmani protabhuvanam param sadasadatmakam. Word for word. Yea, those who
kritva, on you, ananyena, without deviation, bhavena, with devotion, bhavayanti, meditate, atma bhavanam, who generates all living entities, atmani, within yourself, prota, linked, bhuvanam, all the planets, param, the supreme, sat, effect, asat, cause, atmakam, generator. Translation. O Lord, all these planets exist within yourself, and all the living entities are generated from you. Therefore, you are the cause of this universe, and anyone who meditates upon you without deviation attains devotional service. We'll read text 7 as well. Tesham supakva yoganam jita svasendriyatmanam labdadyusmat prasaranam nakutas chit parabhavaha. Translation. There is no defeat in this material world for persons who control the mind and senses by controlling the breathing process and who are therefore experienced mature mystics. This is because by such perfection in yoga, they have attained your mercy. Purport. The purpose of yogic performances is explained here. It is said that an experienced mystic attains full control of the senses and the mind by controlling the breathing process. Therefore, controlling the breathing process is not the ultimate aim of yoga. The real purpose of yogic performances is to control the mind and the senses. Anyone who has such control is to be understood to be an experienced, mature, mystic yogi. It is indicated herein that a yogi who has control over the mind and senses as the actual benediction of the Lord and he has no fear. In other words, one cannot attain the mercy and benediction of the Supreme Lord until one is able to control the mind and the senses. This is actually possible when one fully engages in Krishna consciousness. A person whose senses and mind are always engaged in the transcendental service of the Lord has no possibility of engaging in material activities. The devotees of the Lord are not defeated anywhere in the universe. It is stated, Narayana Parasarve, one who is a Narayana Para, or a devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is not afraid anywhere, whether he is sent to hell or promoted to heaven. Bhagavatam 6:17-28. So the demigods are continuing to offer their prayers to Lord Brahma, approaching him, trying to understand the cause of the spreading of all the darkness within the universe, caused, of course, by the pregnancy of a deity, and within her womb were the asuras, Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. So, this is traditional and also heartfelt, that when you approach a great personality, you approach them very humbly and respectfully, and offer, especially very, very advanced spiritualists and very powerful personalities. Even powerful personalities in the material world who can do so much for you and others. If one is intelligent, one will approach them very carefully and with respect, and offering sweet words, at least on the material level, offering sweet words. This is Chanakya Pandit mentions this, offering sweet words. And then when you please such a personality, they're more inclined to try to help you. And certainly in the case of Lord Brahma, he's such an advanced, exalted personality, not sweet words, but words of honor and praise, as given here by the demigods. So very humble, very respectful. These are qualities that are not so much in abundance in Kali Yuga. Humility. These things are not really ingrained in even in children, perhaps in some places, we know, in some countries, perhaps India, we know some Asian countries, I know in Indonesia, is the same thing. In school, they actually learn these things when they go to school, how to be humble, how to be respectful, how to have gratitude. These things are still being taught, these kind of moral principles are still being taught in school, but I doubt in this country those types of things are taught anywhere or even appreciated. But it's very, very important to have these qualities and to have some measure of gratitude. And this is not only respectful, but the demigods have gratitude towards the Lord Brahma, because from him all the planetary systems, their own very existences, have emanated. Of course, beyond Lord Brahma is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So in Prabhupada's purport to the second verse, number 7, the demigods, of course, are saying this about Lord Brahma, but Prabhupada, he goes on to describe the result of following this yogic process. The demigods talk about controlling the mind and senses, and they talk about one of the yogic procedures of the breathing, the pranayama. So there are many different types of the yoga and pranayama, asana, pranayama, and all the different levels of these different types of yoga are practiced by the practitioners following the different various schools. And but to just have the breathing, to slow the breathing. Now, of course, it's a very to learn proper pranayama. One has to go to a bona fide school and learn the pranayama process. And the idea is gradually one can reduce the breathing. I mean, even in modern science, they say that unless you're sick, I know this because I've been sick, as many of us have been, and they say unless you're sick, they say that slower breathing is better. Less amount of breathing per minute or whatever is actually better. And you'll find, very accomplished athletes, for example, have got lower heartbeats and lower breathing. The heartbeat is low, and because of their finely tuned system. And so this is desirable, but can only be achieved when one has that measure of athleticism. And someone who has that kind of slower heartbeat or breathing or whatever, who's not an athlete, then they may have some health issue. Normally, for example, heartbeats are supposed to be between like 60 and 80, maybe, according to your age and so on and so forth, between 60 beats and 100 beats a minute. And so as you get older, they come down. When you're young, the heart beats more quickly, and as you get older, it gets slower. And the athletes, of course, they may be young, but they can reduce their heartbeat. Their breathing is more deep, and so on and so forth. So even on the on the material calculation, they say that they say better breathing, slow breathing, lower heart rate, unless you've got some other condition, but lower heart rate is better. So the yogis are able to accomplish that by following the particular type of yoga system, especially in the pranayama, the breathing. But to just achieve that and be healthy, which is the goal of materialists, is not the goal of those who are proper, who really understand the yoga system. The yoga system is actually the breathing, to slow everything down, is meant to control the senses, is meant to control the mind, and then when you control the senses and the mind, you're not distracted. So in other words, materially speaking, when the senses are indulge in material activities, and the mind is indulging in material activities, not under your direct control, but under the control of the objects of the senses, then you're distracted from the purpose of life, which is to meditate on the Supreme Personality of God. So this is the real goal, and there's a famous verse, Jitatmana prashantasya paramatma samayata sitoshna sukadukeshu tata manapamanayo. I think Manivanda, did you quote this verse the other way? Someone quoted this verse from Bhagavad Gita, when one has brought the mind and senses under control, especially when one can control the mind, then the Lord Krishna says, then you have reached me. He actually uses those words. You have reached me, because actually it is because of the senses on the outer level and the mind on the more inner level that we are not able to perceive the presence of the Supreme Personality of God. So if one can bring the mind and senses under control, then Chitatmana prashantasya, you can have a level of peacefulness. You're not distracted. You're following a particular process of yoga at which, apart from the asana and the pranayama, all the other levels, the ultimate goal, of course, is samadhi. And that samadhi means, perfection of that means meditation on the Supreme Personality of God. So the main obstacle is the mind. The mind, the untrained mind, which is going all over the place, and the main obstacle. So Krishna goes so far as to say, Chitatmana prashantasya, paramatma samaya. You've reached paramatma. So when you control the mind, if mind is fully under control and meditating, Krishna goes so far as to say, you've reached me. I am present in everyone's heart. Mind is controlled. You're following everything properly. And you become a mature, as mentioned here, by the demigod, you become a mature mystic. You become experienced and you become mature in your following of the yoga principles. Of course, there's beginners, intermediate, and so on and so forth. But when you become very advanced, very mature, then the senses and mind... Now, this is a side consequence, of the yoga practice, because, by doing that, you're now in the samadhi, you're now in the meditation. And by that meditation and absorption, automatically the mind is under control. So the yoga process can be a means, and the end is the meditation on the Supreme Personality of God, which brings automatic control of the mind in the sense. So in the beginning, you use the various yoga practices to bring the senses and the mind under control, and then in the end, you're meditating with mind and senses absorbed on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So once that's achieved, of course, then you don't have to worry about controlling the mind and senses, because automatically they're controlled, because they're fixed. So Prabhupada does make a point here that he says that, where does he say in this purport? Indicated here, the yogi has control of the mind and the senses. Where does he say? A person who senses his mind always engaged in transcendental service of the Lord has no possibility of engaging in material activity. So Prabhupada goes on to say, he talks about devotional service, bhakti yoga, when your senses and mind, and this brings me to perhaps, it's a good segue to, because today is the anniversary of, for especially us older devotees, a very famous devotee in ISKCON by the name of Jayananda Prabhu, who was one of the very first disciples of Prabhupada, especially in San Francisco. And the first temple in ISKCON was in New York, and the second temple, just a year later, was in San Francisco. So I don't know, did you, I never met him, but did you meet him in LA when in your time there? Right. 77. Yeah. And a very famous devotee. Now, he was a little bit older than everybody else. So his disappearance, today's the anniversary of his disappearance, and he's very much a devotee. Why of course, I want to bring up the anniversary of his disappearance, but in relation to this verse, when I'll just read some excerpts from his life, that he very much exemplified a devotee who was always engaged in Krishna consciousness and never had thoughts of anything else. So much so that Prabhupada wrote this, and I remember getting this. This letter was sent out to everyone. Now, he was a little bit older. He was born in this world in 1938, so a little bit older than the rest of us, and he passed away in May, at that time it was May 1st, 1977. So it's always the day before Lord Nrsingadev's appearance day. So tomorrow, of course, is Lord Nrsingadev's appearance. So his disappearance was the day before. And so he passed away at only the age of 38, because from only 38 to 77, just before his, I think, is that correct? Yeah, just before his 39th year. So he was quite young, and he had leukemia. I think he passed away of leukemia and cancer of the lymph nodes and everything like that. But Prabhupada was very affectionate to him and very very much glorifying him. And in fact, as I said, he wrote this. He said, Jayananda's death is glorious. He has left his body very wonderfully, and he has been transferred to Vaikuntha. Everyone should follow the example of Jayananda. I am very proud that I had such a nice disciple. If possible, Jayananda's picture should be hung in the Rath Yatra cart of Lord Jagannath. And in all of our temples, a day may be set aside for holding, in his honour, a festival, just as we do on the disappearance day of other great Vaishnavas. So this is Srila Prabhupada making this statement in writing, sending it out everywhere on the occasion of the disappearance of Jayananda Prabhu. Such an exalted devotee. He joined in 1967 and left this world in 1977. So in the short span of 10 years, he attained the ultimate perfection that Prabhupada states here, of going back home, back to Godhead. And so Prabhupada was very, very... Now, just to give a little bit of background, as I said, he was an educated... devotees have given their accounts that he came from a real upper-class, middle-class family, upper middle class. And he gained a mechanical engineering degree. I think it says here from one of the Ohio State University. So he was educated, but when he was in San Francisco, he was very disillusioned with material life, and he just used to drive around taxis. Later on, I read here that Karanda used to always ask him why he didn't get a better paying job. You know, he was a mechanical engineer. Why didn't he? He said, I never felt comfortable. I didn't fit into the upper class crowds. That's the way he felt. He said, I was never comfortable in that circle. So I just liked to drive cabs, as he called it. So he drove taxis, and he was very depressed with material life. Apparently, as the description is given here, he was very depressed with material life, and right through, you know, even in the childhood, right through his university days, and him driving around. But then he saw a little article advertising Srila Prabhupada giving a lecture in San Francisco when Prabhupada first arrived in 1967. So he thought, well, this would be nice. In his own words, he said, I wasn't much of a religionist. I didn't follow any particular religion, really. But, I thought, well, this may be something. And so he attended Srila Prabhupada's class. So he was very moved by hearing the lecture of Srila Prabhupada. And in those days, Prabhupada was staying there in San Francisco, and in the mornings, he would give a class. And so he used to attend. Now, he was like, at that time, of course, in 1966, 67, was the height of the hippie era. And more or less the birth of the hippie era was in San Francisco, wasn't it? And, there were songs written and so on and sung about the hippies in San Francisco. So a lot of the people who came to chant, they would chant outside in the park and so on and so forth. And they were kind of part, that group of people. And so those who came to the temple in the Haight-Ashbury area They were kind of hippies, but he wasn't a hippie. He was a little bit older. He was kind of, he actually said, I was only the only straight guy there. You know, he had kind of short hair and, you know, wore kind of pretty nice clothes, and everyone else was kind of long haired and disheveled and so on and so forth. And he used to always attend the class in the mornings. And he said he liked to attend the class in the mornings because they said the hippies were usually, it was too early in the morning for them. And it was, they were, generally they didn't attend because they were still asleep. And so he used to attend, and quite often there was just him and maybe one or two others, and on a few occasions it was just him. It was just him. Interesting enough, Prabhupada just used to give the class, you know, no matter how many were there. You know, and he said that quite often during the week, I would be the only one there listening to Prabhupada's class. And not only that, afterwards, Prabhupada he would come later on, and he said Prabhupada would serve him prasadam, personally serve him prasadam. Sometimes he even invited him into his room, into Prabhupada's room, and serve him prasadam in his room. And he wouldn't say much. He said Prabhupada wouldn't say much. He just put a big plate down and fill it right up, like anything. And then when he was finished, he'd come and give more. And so Jayananda said that he was so lucky, he felt so fortunate to have that direct association and the direct mercy of Prabhupada. So later on, when Prabhupada wanted to print his Bhagavad Gita, he needed money. And Jayananda had saved up $5,000. That was his life savings at the time, you know, from driving cabs around. And a lot of money in those days. I think it must be at least 100,000 today. So he just donated that to Prabhupada, totally. His whole life savings, he donated to Prabhupada so Prabhupada could print his Bhagavad Gita. Years later, you know, Jayananda went to New York to help build the Rath Yatra cart over there. I think I remember reading it was 1976. And then when Prabhupada got picked up at the airport, Jayananda was driving. So he just asked, who's driving? And someone said, oh, Jayananda's driving. And Prabhupada said, yes, I know Jayananda. And he especially mentioned he donated $5,000 so I could print my Bhagavad Gita. You know, so, you know, a lot of money in those days. So Prabhupada was always very affectionate. So from that time, and he very much liked the chanting. He very much liked the chanting. So there's various descriptions given. Now, he was very humble, and the devotees of the Dhanavir Maharaj comments, and Karanda and other devotees have commented on Jayananda here. And I read a little bit of the history. As I said, I never met him. You were there in LA, because later on he came to LA. But they say he was very, very humble. He didn't like to be praised. He said if you wanted to be able to hang out with Jayananda, do not praise him, because he would just go away. He would just ignore you or just go away. If you tried to glorify him or say big things about him, he just didn't like it, and he would just go away. And he was very, very, you know, he didn't hardly look after me. He just used to live in that. Although he was senior, especially years later, and at some point, when there was a temple president of the temple, and then the temple president went out, there wasn't a temple president, he would fill in as a temple president, although he didn't even take the title of a temple president. He just did it as a service. And he was just going around all day long, just doing differently, whatever needed to be done. He wouldn't spend much on himself. He would just wear old dhotis and kurtas. And when he had to do work, you know, and for a long while he continued driving taxis and donated the money to the temple, so the temple could, you know, those days they didn't have much money, so the temple could, you know, have enough money to pay the bills and buy whatever they needed to buy. So he would donate his taxi money to the temple, and then he would be the temple president. And even when he needed some work clothes, because you know, he would do like very menial activities, do the boga run. He would go and pick up the vegetables at the market, go and get the flowers, and so on and so forth. He used to just go to the Salvation Army thrift shop and buy, like, you know, clothes there for $1 or $2, and that's what he would wear. And so he never spent any money on himself. But you know, as far as getting the boga, He always tried. Now, the descriptions given here, very wonderful devotee. He was able to befriend, not only devotees were very affectionate to him, but he was able to befriend outsiders. And if he had to get flowers, he would befriend those types of people who had the flowers, and he would ask them in the end if they could donate the flowers. And quite often he got the flowers for free, or he needed to get the vegetables. And he used to talk to them so nicely, and they felt so nice about it, they would give them to him. I'll just take them. Or they would give them to him in a really reduced price. So he used to try to get everything either for free, even when he was building, because he a mechanical engineer, they needed to build a cart, so they asked him. He had some experience in that type of work. And so when he built the cart, all the wood and everything that was needed, he would go to these different companies to get what was needed, and somehow or other, many times he would just get it for free because he was so nice to the people. There's one particular story where he took another new bhakta and he took him into the pub, the bar they call it. Took him into the bar, so the new bhakta was there. What are we going in here for? And so there's all these guys there, and all of them, now what was his Kami name? Huh? Jim, was it? Jim. He walked into the bar, and a whole bunch of the guys in the bar, oh, Jim! all happy to see him. And oh, this is the friend you were talking about, referring to the bhakta. And he'd asked them previously to donate for the Rath Yatra cart. and then one of them said, we've done a collection for you, Jim. Done a collection for you. So one of them came forward and gave all this money, and then he gave it to the new bhakta. I forget who the bhakta was. But he gave it to the new bhakta to keep that money. So it was many stories like that, where he would go around and just get all these things for free. He was very fond of chanting, and was always in the kirtan, jumping up and down. Whenever there was a Harinam, he was always on the Harinam. And of course, he built the first Rath cart there in San Francisco, and he would build it every year. Later on, he came to LA. He helped build that first one in New York also. But very, 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 very humble devotee, very wonderful devotee. And, he didn't want any attention. And because of that, people were just going about their service, and they didn't pay much attention. And it's just the way, he says in his own, it was just the way I liked it. I didn't want anyone paying me any attention, and after a while, because I didn't want it, people didn't give it to me, so it was just the way I liked it. One of Jayananda's most prominent qualities is humility. He treated everyone as his superior, even new devotees. And he would always get the new devotees, and as Prabhupada had given him prasadam, and so much prasadam, there was one devotee later on, Jambavan, who he sat down and, put a big plate of prasadam in front of him and just filled it up. And then, even Jambavan was saying, this was before he was initiated, that he could hardly get through it. But as soon as he finished it, he put another one down exactly the same size. He said, I can't eat it. He said, no, you have to eat it, because Prabhupada said that you have to eat so much prasadam that you should waddle like a duck. You should waddle like a duck. You have to eat so much prasadam. Because, we always remember that, when we were new devotees, gave license to us to eat a lot of prasadam. Waddle like a duck. So he used to like to give a lot of prasadam, so much prasadam to everyone. They were so full they wouldn't think about eating anything else. This was his motivation, sometimes you just take a little prasadam, you might think, go outside, buy this and buy that, buy the other. But he used to give them so much prasadam, so much that they couldn't eat it practically. And then even if they had thoughts of it, they just couldn't eat anything else. They're just only prasadam. So there's many stories of Jayananda Prabhu, and he very much epitomizes the devotee who was always engaged. This is what devotees say, that he was just always engaged in service to Prabhupada. He was always telling stories about Prabhupada. He was always quoting Srila Prabhupada. He was always speaking to devotees about Prabhupada, about Krishna. He was always, one of his main points was that you have to have full faith in the chanting. Have full faith in the chanting. To be dependent on Krishna. Just if you chant, you will achieve all success. So he's very much an example, as given here in this verse today, of someone who is fully engaged in Krishna consciousness, has no time to think of anything else, and this is the total perfection of yoga. No time, because you're full with one thing, you can't fill yourself up with anything else. So it's a secret of success, and for those of us who are practicing Krishna consciousness, you have to find ways of engaging yourself in so many different services, and whatever it is. We see Jayananda, any service that came in, any menial service, he did it. He was the first one to do it. And later on, of course, when he had leukemia and cancer, he was still helping out on that Ratha Yatra, that first Ratha Cut in '77. And although physically he couldn't do it, he was wheelchair bound. He would go there and oversee it. He would go to the site every day, and he would oversee all those devotees working on the Ratha Yatra cart. And he was down there, And and when he was earlier on, he would sleep on the cart. Not when he was building the carts in the early days. He would stay down there and he would sleep on the cart and then get up the next morning and go to work again. He was just so dedicated, very amazing. And for Prabhupada to give such a glorious, glorification of a devotee like that is very exceptional in of itself. For Prabhupada to say something like that, and for Prabhupada to go so far as to say, and a day should be set aside in his honour, as we do for other discipline days of other great Vaishnavas, and a festival held in his honour. So I thought I'd tell that story. Today is the anniversary of Jayananda's appearance, and then later in life, of course, he did pass away, and the managers there at LA, of course, Kundamaj would have known him very well. They said that as far as building that Ratha Yatra cart and the whole Ratha Yatra festival, it really would not have been successful if not for the presence of Jayananda Prabhu. So, and now another point that devotees made was that even though he was dying, he just didn't even talk about it. He didn't even talk about it. He didn't even refer to it. He just talked about Krishna. He talked about service. He talked about Prabhupada, even at the end. And he was just totally absorbed. So he said that he transcended any fear of his, his oncoming death. Even his own death, he knew he was dying. He had no fear of that. So this is actually mentioned in the purport today, that someone who is in, what's that verse, Sava Parayana? Narayana Parasarve, Prabhupada quotes a verse from the Bhagavatam about when one is fully absorbed in Lord Narayan, then they have no fear, no matter in the heavenly planets, no matter in the hellish planets. They can be anywhere. They've got no fear. They have got the blessing and benediction of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So any external factors have no consequence for these types of devotees. They are fearless. And they are never, I think the word used, because they have your mercy, they're referring to Lord Brahma. Prabhupada actually says, the mercy is really coming from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So one who has the mercy of the Lord, being totally attached, no fear, and as Jayananda Prabhu, he attained supreme perfection, went back home, back to Godhead, even after a short time in this material world. Now, some devotees have commented that just as the Lord comes to the world and is accompanied by various associates and so on, so too, and they do quote from the Shastra, so too when a great acharya comes to the world, so too he sometimes brings his associates. So they say, we consider that Jayananda was actually an associate and a servant of Srila Prabhupada, and he came to the world just to assist Srila Prabhupada in his mission of spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. So they've made that comment on Jayananda. All right, so Hare Krishna, thank you very much. Anyone has a question or comment? Yes.
He said Jayananda would always be happy to go on the deity roster if he got a chance to offer arti. Usually he said in the middle of the day. And he said this one time Jayananda turns up, and because he also used to do the rubbish run apparently.
Yeah, that's right.
And he said he'd been scrubbing his hands till they were red, trying to get all the nails cleaned to do. And he said to Srikanta, I can't offer arti, I just can't get everything so clean. And Srikanta said, he looks at his hands, he said, I can't see anything. So he said, I sort of told a tiny little lie. Srikanta said, I told Jayananda, oh look, sorry, I've already been to the bathroom, I can't do the arti, you have to. And he said, watching Jayananda do arti so intently, he said it was the closest thing he remembers to watching Prabhupada do arti.
Right. Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Jayananda Prabhu ki jai, Taigo Premanandi, Hari Hari Bo.